Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Hello Omni user. Hello Lucas. I've been messing around with the game a little bit since I streamed it a couple days ago, and if we jump into my Evotypes for a second, we can look at a couple crazy Evotypes that I've made. So far, I've been able to get a 4,200 rating on Naoto, and then 3,920 on Lambda. A lot of this is due to a really broken Mind Crystal, along with using some buffs from Covenant and Black Market on top of that. So the new hit Mind Crystal is Recycling Expert. Skipping a tactic or potential selection grants an extra 1 refresh remaining and 20 exchange points. It might not sound like much at first, but one thing we can do with this is every time there's a white tactic in the shop, it will cost 100 exchange points, we'll get 100 back, and then we'll just get a free refresh every time that happens. We can also get free refreshes off of other types of tactics being discounted, which starts to become really crazy if you can pair it with the ability to have everything in the shop discounted by Covenant. And that's how I've been able to get up to 4,000 rating on these two Evotypes so far. Oh, good luck fighting the last two bosses. Man, I really want pallet vouchers, but it sounds like you were supposed to get them for certain achievements, and then if you already had them before the update, it seems like you don't get the pallet vouchers. So I'm hoping I just get one from the news story at some point, because the skins you can unlock with these look really nice. The X-File skins also look really good, but I can't see myself paying money for just skins. I don't mind paying for characters as much, but I don't want to pay just for skins. Holy shit. Is that Tails GT1? The monkey ball runner? No, not Monkey Ball. Ape Escape. Sorry. Wrong monkey game. So something else that's pretty cool is Naoto's second legacy skill. Basically just gives you his overdrive state, so you get blood hits as you're attacking. I don't think it's really strong. The damage that it does isn't that great, but it's cool and it does some AoE, so it's not the worst thing you could take. It is weird seeing Noelle do blood hits, though. I mean, if you're getting to those bosses already, and this is the first time you've played a game, or if this is the first time you've played, you're doing well. It's going good. I've been just, like, really breaking this game lately. My first Blazblue game was Central Fiction, I think. No, not Central Fiction, Calamity Trigger. I keep getting those two mixed up for some reason. Calamity Trigger was, I think, maybe the second one? It was really old. And then I played one of the other ones after Calamity Trigger, but I don't remember which one. And then I also played Tag Battle a little bit. I think I might have played just a little bit of Central Fiction on my own. I never, like, had anyone to play it with. So I don't think I really got into that one as much as I got into Calamity Trigger. We'll have to play Blazblue Tag at some point, Stobin. I haven't played you at all in that. I tried playing it against a couple other people, and I got my ass kicked every time. I'm not that good at fighting games. I'm getting my ass kicked this run, too. I'm not really paying attention. Oh, he countered me. One thing I don't really like about these new mini-bosses is that they're just in permanent iron stance. So sometimes you get stuff like that, where you just get stuffed out for trying to attack. At least it's better to lose right at the beginning of the run like that than get halfway through the run. Yeah, they're basically Arise bosses. Oops, that's Prisoner. Let's play some Naoto instead. I've been really enjoying this character. I wish they gave him a purple skin instead of a pink skin. Because both this skin and this skin have a pink color on his attacks, and I would much rather have it be dark purple like it is for the rest of the characters. It's a shame. I think, like, his only good skins are the one for the palette voucher and then the X-File one. I mean, this one's nice, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't change any effects like the other skins do. What is Grand Finale Trophy? I mean, there's nothing wrong with pink, but it's the fact that there's two different costumes that both have pink effects. It's just a waste. Alright, so I think I've basically kind of solved a little bit what you should go for with Naoto. The things you need are Blood Gain, which allows you to hold the attacks. You need Enhancer, which makes attacks upgraded after dashing. And then you need Action Key and the full state... what's it called? Full State Drive or something? I'll show you when we get there. But for now, if you can pick up Action Key early on and hold attacks, the Action Key moves do, like, double the damage that normal attacks deal. And then for you guys that haven't seen Naoto yet, he has a mechanic a little bit similar to Jin, where you have a certain timing on your attacks, but with Naoto, you're holding the attack button before you release the next hit, instead of timing attacks consecutively. It's the same concept, it just works a little bit differently on Naoto compared to Jin. But on Naoto, you can tell when there's that extra flash for attacks. That's when you want to release. Fire tactics can be good if you go for a certain build with them. You want to get Fire Spirits and then Fire Spirit Detonation as a red tactic, and then they'll be good. The other ones aren't really too notable. Tactics have a big problem in that there's ways for your character to scale into higher difficulties by getting... You get damage for every potential you pick up, but that damage doesn't apply to tactics at all. The only way tactics can scale are through tactic ascensions, and those don't scale nearly as well as they should into, like, the really high difficulties. And then just aside from that, a lot of tactics just aren't really balanced that well. Some tactics are definitely better than others. Okay, there's Enhancer. Enhancer makes moves after you dash deal more damage, and then it also improves the moves that you use when you're in full state drive. Let's see. Vanguard battle spaces are nice, but it's really easy to get yourself in trouble with this first Vanguard space when you don't have any upgrades or anything. But I think we should be fine with the potentials we have. This boss is also a pain because you can't go up to him early on. You either have to have something that has big attack range or like triple jump or something. I think this boss is definitely much easier than the ninja bosses I fought last run, though. This boss is kind of a pushover compared to them. No, Enhancer will still work even if you're in full drive. It'll stack. Oh, Veteran's Instinct is so good early on. Because this doesn't apply retroactively if you buy it later in the run. The earlier on you get it, the faster it starts stacking. Learning mechanics is weird in this game, because not only do you have, like, the standard tactics, you also have hidden effects. And with characters like Naoto and all the new characters, they're putting a lot into the hidden effects. So it's like you might pick something up and not realize it does something entirely differently, because it activated a hidden effect between multiple different potentials. Mostly what we're looking for are the hidden effects between Blood Edge and Blood Repulsor. And then Universal Enhancement as well, a couple things. Hidden effects make this game really hard to explain to people, too. Because it's not just like, oh, you have to pick up this one move and now your mechanic is unlocked. Sometimes there's mechanics hidden behind having two specific moves at the same time. I think Enhancer may also be tied to a lot of his invulnerability frame unlocks, too. I'll have to double check on that. I know Banishing Fang is important for them. And then here's the other thing. Attacks partially inherit Full Drive's enhancement effect, and then Full Drive enhanced attacks deal increased damage. So basically what this does is you get Full Drive enhanced attacks even when you're not in Full Drive, and then Full Drive attacks become, like, double enhanced. So before I had the just regular attacks that were yellow, and now I have the actual, like, blood attacks. They don't deal as much damage as hitting the action key and doing attacks that way, but they deal more damage than before. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you want to look for the one that unlocks your action key, and then you want to look for... Alright, I'll show you again. So you want to look for Blood Edge, which unlocks the action key inputs. Those will do about double the damage of your normal attacks. And then you want to look for the other upgrade for Blood Edge, where attacks partially inherit Full Drive's enhancement. And then after that, you want to look for Blood Repulsor, which gives you the Full Drive state. Full Drive state gets really improved by having the improved attacks from Blood Edge, and then also the charging from Blood Gain. And that's where pretty much all of Naoto's damage comes from. So here I just need a hard reroll for Full Drive state. And now you can see the hidden effects here because I picked up everything else first. Blood Repulsor gets, when enhanced by the enhancer, the move enters super armor state and won't be interrupted. And then also you get the hidden effects. When in Full Drive state, charged attacks will automatically release on maximum charge. And then attacks are also treated as enhanced by enhancer. And then there's 4 more other hidden effects, which just make it basically give me invulnerability during certain attacks or deal increased damage overall. Okay, and now with the new Mind Crystal that gives you refreshes and extra exchange points, we can start abusing white tactics again. You can buy it for 100 and sell it back for 100, and you get a free refresh out of it. Same thing with, like, when other things are on sale, like blues. I've been buying them and selling them back. Another mechanic is Blood Chain, which basically just allows you to do a 3-hit combo out of your dash attack and your skill button. They did not word this very well, because it makes it sound like it works for all attacks, when it really only does anything for 2 attacks. Yeah, I'll try to watch if you stream a few runs. If you think these hidden effects are an essay, you should see Hazama. Hazama has a move that has like 10 hidden effects on it. For the most part, I'm gonna save a lot of my SP for phase 2, but I am gonna use a little bit just for damage here. Something that I think they should change about Naoto is that you can't enter full drive unless you're at max SP. I think you should just be able to enter it at any SP count. And it's just, it lasts shorter if you use it without SP. But you can see that as soon as I go into full drive state, I do a ton of damage. You can also... You can stack full drive state enhanced attacks with action key enhanced attacks if you want to do even more damage. But I feel like it drains more damage than it's worth DPS wise. But if you want extra burst, you can do it. And then we'll just pick up once you pick up your dash being converted into sway, it's part of what you need for invulnerability on holding attacks. This character is really awkward to get used to. Because of just having to unlock your invincibility through all the hidden effects, and then the invincibility just being... Like, sometimes it's full invincibility after... sometimes it's full invincibility after releasing the skill, too, and then sometimes it's just when charging. It depends on the move, and it depends on what hidden effects you have. Unfortunately, we gotta scrap this run, because if I want to get the high Evotype rating, I need either a Black Market or a Covenant in the first area. This is just RNG that I can't deal with, or that I can't do anything about, rather. Well, there's your Makoto, Lucas. They acknowledged her in this game, at least.
これまでに見たものとは随分雰囲気が違うようですね。
そうだね。今までは敵対しているような印象が強かったけど、エースの話を聞く限りまるで
学校で友達同士がワイワイ楽しんでるって感じだ。てっきり可能性の海の中には物騒な場面の情報しかないのかと思ってたよ。
可能性の海はあらゆる可能性を内包する場所だ。どんな情報だろうと取得し得る。もっと情報が必要だ。お前たちは引き続きサルベージを続けてくれ。
友達。
彼女の様子、君も気づいた？
It's kind of hard to say. Black markets are good, but it's also random. So you're either gonna get something good from it or you're not. But I think it's worth looking at them.
いや、フォックスのことだよ。少し気になってね。もしかして彼女、僕と同じなのかも。ほら、平和そうな学校の話を聞いたとき、戸惑っていた気がするんだ。つまり、流入した記憶の内容に何か思うところがあるのかもしれない。君も気になるのなら、話を聞いてみたらどう？
あなたはここに来る前のこと思い出せた？そう。あっちで話そう。あなた、他人のことばかり気にしてる。自分のことじゃないのに、そんなに気になる？そう。あなたたちも？
ごめん、盗み聞きするつもりはなかったんだ。だけど、気になってしまって。
そうそう、いつも済ましてるフォックスが悩んでるなんてすげえ気になるだろう。
よかったら聞かせてもらえませんか？もしかしたら私たちも力になれるかもしれません。物好きな人たち。私には病気の親友がいる。私がここに来たのは彼女を助けるため。
そういや、誰かを助けるとか言ってたっけか。あんたの友達ってそんなに重い病気なのか？
そのはず。
はっきりとは覚えていないんだね。
お世話になった先生のことと同じ。親友のことは覚えてる。でもどんな病気だったか思い出せない。
はあ、結局またその話になるのかよ。どんな病気かもわからないのに、なんでここに来れば治るってわかるんだ？
ドクター・メルクリウスなら治せる。だから私はこの実験に協力することにした。ドクター・メルクリウスはあらゆる分野に精通していますからね。噂では魂さえ解析していると聞きます。彼女ならたとえ死者でも生き返らせることができるかもしれません。
死者を生き返らせるって科学じゃなくてもう魔術の域だな。まあでも実際死にかけの人間を改造して生きながらえさせるくらいはしそうだ。
人の体を改造するなんて自然の摂理に反する行為には反対だ。
いや、ただの例え話だって。
もし親友を助けられるのなら私はどんな手段でも構わない。生きていてくれる方が大切だもの。
へえ、あんたもっとドライな性格かと思ってたけど結構熱いタイプなんだな。ちょっと興味湧いてきた。
そう。
I'd probably just go with the mixture one.
あなたにあんまり興味ないけど。
はいはい。
まあまあ、フォックスの大切な人を助けるためにも可能性のかけらを早く見つけないとね。
ええ、引き続き可能性の海に潜ってサルベージを続けましょう。エース、試してほしいものがある。エクストラトレーニングは DBS をベースに
Oh, so we finally unlock the trials again. It's kind of annoying that you have to unlock everything again when you go into the new story mode.
今後 エクストラトレ
You don't have to unlock, like, your difficulty levels and your mind levels and stuff again, and your mind crystals, but you do have to unlock all the modes again. The new story is definitely a lot more interesting than the old one, though. It's even weirder because they lock the new story behind completing the old story. So you would have to have already unlocked everything before you see this new story. Basically what's going on is everyone here is a different type of scientist. Like one of the people here is a physicist, one of them is a psychological doctor, the other one is good with computers, and then I don't think the fourth one really said what kind of doctor she was, but she's supposed to be helping study with the places that we're going to here. And then when you're playing in the modes here, it's basically your character in the real world is kind of in like a virtual reality game and linking with avatars of the Blazblue characters. But then we're also finding, as we beat like bosses and stuff here, we're finding memories of the different Blazblue characters as well. So I don't know how they're gonna link having the characters as avatars here to finding their real memories outside of here. And then the other weird thing is that everything is kind of like fucked up with people's memories that are here. Our character, while we were playing the tutorial of the game, had like a glitch. So when they came out of their first dive, they didn't have any memory of who they were before this. The other characters still remember who they were before this, but for most of the characters, it's like they're losing their own memories every time we get a memory of the Blazblue characters. And then for the last one, he has amnesia too, so he doesn't remember anything from before this, but he feels like the memories from the Blazblue characters are familiar to him. I'm not too far into the story yet, so they haven't explained a whole lot of things yet. So I've heard that you can get pallet vouchers from doing certain in-game achievements, but the problem is that if you had already done them before the update, you don't get the vouchers. I don't know why they didn't account for that, but that's just what I've heard so far. I'm hoping that there will be some pallet vouchers for doing the new story, too. That's most of the reason why I'm doing it now. I really want Naoto's pallet voucher costume. Yeah, they really kind of fucked this update up for new players, or for old players, I mean. They made a lot of very, very strange decisions. I think we're gonna skip the Vanguard battle and just do it when we have more potentials. We are gonna miss out on a potentially pretty powerful buff, but I think it's fine. They changed the new. There's a whole new story out. You have to have the original story finished, though, if you want to do the new story on PC, which is weird. And then there's just some things like... There's a palette voucher now that you use to unlock costumes for new characters. And you can lock yourself out of getting those vouchers if you had achievements unlocked on your old save file. Which is really dumb. I don't know how they didn't account for that ahead of time. This is a hard choice. Having 2 potentials is nice, but I can probably get 2 potentials and more out of the exchange. Okay, I think we got everything we need now for the damage combo. I would like triple dash though, and I don't have it yet. There we go. Now I can probably just reroll for triple dash here. Oh, I shouldn't be wasting my SP like that. I should just go into full drive. There we go. I still think Naoto's kind of like somewhere around mid-tier in terms of DPS. Mostly because he's very reliant on SP for his damage. I don't think he's nearly as broken as like Rachel damage output or bullet damage output.
どうしても戦わないとダメか。
But I think he's way more fun to play with than bullet, which is what matters more to me. The update's really good. They added in a new difficulty that's a lot better than Transcendence mode was before. It's called Extreme Mode. You get a lot more benefits from it now. Like getting an additional potential right at the beginning of the run, and then there's more potential stages throughout the run. Event types get better. You get a Mind Unleashed buff, which is a new type of buff. And then 4 battle spaces grant 2 times rewards, and you can infinitely refresh legacy tactics. And then there's also mutations, which make the game harder, but give you buffs as well. So being able to do, like, mini-boss faces, which are called vanguards, and then getting extra buffs that you wouldn't be able to get in lower difficulties. Okay, we got Covenant, so now is time for the not fun part of trying to RNG manipulate this into what I need. I'll probably just use, like, 2 or 3 refresh attempts. This is what we need, discount coupon. But the problem is we also need it with a not garbage obligation. Like, I can't do the run with airborne attack damage reduced. I use airborne attacks way too much. So what we're doing here is we're just manipulating save files. Before I enter the Covenant, I make a copy of the save, and then I copy that save again and reload it if I don't get the Covenant I need. Hello, Nando. And yeah, being able to inherit tactics from your current ones. Before I started streaming today, I would just enter a run with 2 tactics, die right away, and then transfer those tactics over. So it's a really easy way of transferring tactics to another character if you want their legacy. The obligation's garbage again. To be fair, there's really not many obligations that are actually good. I need, like, grounded damage or something. Mixture... Not being able to use mixtures would also be fine. You don't have to Alt F4 as long as you back out before you see the thing. And you don't have to Alt F4 every time either. Can we do this, or is this just gonna kill us? I guess we'll find out. Clearing in 5 minutes is a lot harder than it used to be, because Vanguard battle spaces take up a lot of extra time. What the heck is going on? My character glitched and I was flying up constantly during that selection screen. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. So now that we have the discount from Covenant, I think taking tactic spaces just to sell them back is even more important than taking exchange spaces. I'm not sure, though. It's hard to say. Exchange spaces give 150, whereas this only gives 100. But we'll get the free refresh out of it, too, which having extra refreshes is going to scale really well with the discount. Next time we hit a shop, you'll see it. I'm gonna start committing a bunch of tax fraud, basically. I wouldn't be surprised if the devs end up nerfing this, because it is very abusable. Come on, my damage feels bad right now. Oh, it might be the chance high HP debuff. Oh boy, it's an exchange. Time to start committing tax fraud. So we buy a tactic on sale for 10, we sell it back for 100, and we get a refresh out of it. We'll do the same here. We'll just buy it for 100 and get the refresh back. So now we've basically broken even on refreshes, even though we've refreshed the shop twice already. We're not getting lucky at all with the Covenant. I think they did nerf this Covenant at some point, but once we get it, it will be very worth it. Especially if we get it on double tactics. Oh, I should have sold that. I shouldn't have picked that up. Oops. Wow, that is just really unlucky. We rerolled like 4 times on that shop and didn't get a discount once. That's another thing you could save abuse to do as well, if you wanted to min-max the shops, but I don't want to go to that length. I'm not going to go to this exchange since I don't have any money left. Yeah, that shop was just really unlucky. I guess they heard me saying I was going to commit tax fraud, and they're trying to stop me now. Covenant used to feel like it was a 50-50, but I'm pretty sure they nerfed it at some point. And I don't know, it's hard to say if you should start a new save file or not. I think if you had like full mind levels and mind crystals, it's not worth restarting. But if you didn't have like good Evotypes and stuff already, it's worth restarting. Oh, I don't have invincibility yet. One problem with this game is that once you have a run where you have your really strong character put together, it's so hard to, like, drop your muscle memory of, oh, I don't have invincibility on this move anymore. Or, like, not being able to use attacks in midair, that's another big one for me. For a perfect dodge, the next instance of damage you take is reduced by 100%. That's a long time window. It is tempting to roll for something that gives me more damage, but I think I should probably just take the good option that's in front of me. I've wasted way too many... Oh, man. I think it's actually better to skip the advanced battle here, because I get more refreshes this way, and potentials will come back later in shops just from having more refreshes. But yeah, I've gotten into trouble a lot of times by refreshing the Vanguard buffs too heavily and wasting all my rerolls. I don't know if the devs can handle crossplay, honestly. The netcoding for even PC to PC play is really bad a lot of times. So I can't see crossplay going too well. But who knows? Wow, we have not hit a single discount yet. Are you kidding me, game? I did get the right Covenant, right? Yep, I definitely did. We've done probably around 8 refreshes at this point. This is honestly probably just gonna be reset the run again. Because if I want to hit 4K, I can't have bad luck like that. So we don't have to restart from the very beginning, we just have to restart from the Covenant space again. No, I don't think Naoto's too strong. Because Bullet can do the exact same thing of being in permanent iframes, and she does, like, double the damage of Naoto. Same with Prisoner, he can do a lot of damage without being in too much danger.
ダイビングベルシステムに接続中。
どうしても戦わないとダメか。
I don't think Hazama does more damage than Naoto, sorry. Naoto's not that bad. Oh, guess we're going 5 minutes again. Theoretically, the 5-minute timer isn't too bad, if we get the shops to actually behave properly. We can get way ahead of the strength that the run expects us to be at. It's unfortunate that getting high rating Evotypes is just pure RNG. Though it's hard to complain too much about it, because in general, you get a lot stronger Evotypes this patch you did compared to last patch. So it's not like anything changed, it's always been just a huge RNG fest if you want to start getting like over 3,000 rating Evotypes. I don't really care about high rating that much, I just want to do it once, just to have done it. That's what I did last patch. I think in the previous patch, my record was 4,200 even. So I went above what I've even gotten this patch. The only difference with this patch is that we do have this new method of being able to refresh shops a lot more heavily than last patch. But last patch, the way you would get a ton of rating is that you would get the black market that gives you 50% health every time you perfect clear. This patch, they nerfed that to 25%, so you have to do 5 whole stages before it even pays itself off in how much HP you spend on it. It still might be worth it if you get it stage 1, but you would have to get it by stage 1 or stage 2 for it to be worth it. And it's not nearly as powerful as it used to be. So anyways, the cool thing about the new shops is that you can roll 2 tactics at the same time, and sell them both back at a discount for full 100 price. I'm probably going to go ahead and keep the gold tactics if they're on something decent. Otherwise, I'll just sell them back. Oh, there's another discount. Nice. So gold tactics are worth only 20 points, whereas buying a potential is worth 40. So it's money-wise, it's not worth buying tactics, even if they're gold. But it is still... It helps you get through the run without dying, and it helps you clear in time, so it's kind of a balancing act there. I don't actually want Ice Spike respawn. I want to get into Holy Mark if we see Holy Mark at a higher rarity. And then we'll get Holy Mark Ice Spikes for a red tactic. That'll be much better. And speak of the devil, there's a gold red tactic. And now we can go right back into another exchange. We have so many refreshes from selling back tactics that we can go into a lot more shops than we'd be able to before. Let me see. I think, yeah, I need to max out Holy Marks ideally, but if we don't see it, I'm not going to waste a lot of refreshes on it. I might use like 1 or 2. I'll use 1 more. There we go, perfect. Stable mark is what we need. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they made the discounted sell back for the same price. That would be fair, honestly. This isn't the first time we've abused shops this way, and they nerfed it the first time. Tactics used to sell back for 120 exchange points instead of 80. So you could always make more money off of white tactics than you bought it for, even without the discount. I wonder how worth it Soul Collector is. $99 enemies sounds like a lot, but you do fight quite a lot of enemies per room. I think we'll try a reroll though. Okay, Veteran's Instinct, I'll take that. Actually, I'm not sure if Veteran's Instinct or Arcane Powerhouse will scale better. So we will get quite a lot of HP this run too. But I think Veteran's Instinct affects both attack and skills, so we'll pick that up. Ori's just a pain, no matter what character you're playing. You have to be very careful about how you fight her. Alright, let's see how good the black market is to- or the Covenant is to us this time. Ah, no luck here. We can at least always sell back white tactics, even if they're not on discount. Really, no discounts that entire shop. How do you do what? Abuse iframes? You just have to know your character well to do that. And it depends. Some characters are a lot better about having iframes than others. Like, Lambda only has one iframe move in her entire kit, which makes me really afraid to fight Izanami on her, even though she's one of my favorite characters. Lambda's kind of getting left in the dust with all these new characters that just iframe through everything. And it's almost like they're balancing new bosses around that fact. Like, Reki does a lot of bullshit. Reki's big crescent slash is undodgeable. You have to have iframes for it. And if Reki and her clone use it at the same time, it can take up about half the screen. So it's hard to just position away from it. Oh, Aerial Fury is a cool one. Each time you deal damage while airborne, the final damage is increased by 3% up to 9 times. Final damage buffs are very, very powerful in this game. Most damage increases, like the damage bonus you get from getting potentials, are calculated just off of base damage. They don't happen at the end of the damage calculation. So anything that's a final damage calculation is much stronger than it sounds like. We got Trial here, unfortunately, instead of Black Market. We'll still try the run just to get a feel for things and see how it goes. But I won't have have nearly as much exchange points as I need to hit 4K, probably. Although, this one is very good if I don't take any shops this entire area. I don't know if that's going to be worth it overall or not. It also means I have to skip Sortisho and stuff too. That might not have been the right call, honestly. But whatever, we'll play out the rest of this run regardless. I don't want to get too reset heavy on people. Otherwise, the stream's just not going to be fun to watch. Special stages are seeded as soon as you start the run, which is really annoying. We can't change that part of things. So that is where, like, the really horrible part of, if you want to maximize an Evotype, you would have to save load abuse every shop in the first area, and then hope you get Black Market or Covenant in the second area too. I don't know how people can go all the way up to, like, making... Some people have made, like, 7K. I think the record was 9,000. But you would have to do so much manipulation and get lucky on top of that, that it would just be... It would be horrible to do, in my opinion. Did you buy a PS5 just for this game? That's some dedication. It is probably a game that's worth it, though. It's a game you can sink a lot of time into. I did the same thing back when Smash Bros came out for the 3DS. I bought a 3DS specifically for Smash Bros, and only ever bought like 3 or 4 other games for the 3DS. Kind of a waste, honestly. Especially because playing Smash Bros on the 3DS was not necessarily that fun of an experience. I love Smash Bros to death, it's one of my favorite games, but trying to play it on a handheld console just was not comfortable. Thankfully Feast sounds like a really fun thing to use, but it's just not a Naoto option. He doesn't really multi-hit that much. He does get some multi-hits in Overdrive, but I don't think it's enough to really set this off fast enough. I want more damage, but it's not giving me any damage options. I guess we could go Heavy Hitter. Yeah, Banishing Thing is really good. It's kind of the natural move to use, because you want to be dodging often to get an Enhancer's effect. After you do a dodge, you get extra damage on your next move. So it's just pretty natural to dodge into dash attack. You can use the dodge in place mechanic to do normal attacks, but Vanishing Thing feels just a little bit better in my opinion. There's also the problem that if you're trying to dodge into your basic attack string, you reset the combo. That happens with the dash attack too. You have to get a specific potential before you can dash without resetting your combo. Yeah, you definitely have to be careful with Banishing Thing. There's been tons of times where I've just yeeted myself into traps with it, because it moves you a long ways. Maybe I will take Frost Blast right now, and then I'll probably get a discount on Tactic Ascension at some point. Let's see, did I do 5 battles yet? Oh yeah, the trial's complete. So I can go into special stages now, if I see them. I probably should have taken Sortie Show instead of this stage, because now we're gonna run into timer issues. Let's reroll a couple times, maybe. I should probably take this. The reduced MP cost is nice because it uses, or it has a couple hidden effects where you restore MP if you dash before you use the skill button. It's a lot more helpful than it sounds like it would be. Okay, finally we have Holy Marks maxed out, so we can get the red tactic for Frost Spikes that I want. Or Summon Ice Spike, that's what it's called. There's a discount, finally. And there's Ice Spike Mark. Ice Spike Mark just makes the Ice Spikes apply Holy Marks and deal the damage of Holy Marks every time they hit. Yeah, red tactics are basically a combination of two different lower tier tactics. So, like, if you go into the Tactics Codex, you can always check this stuff. You can check the skill tree for them, basically. Let me go to Light, and then go to Holy Mark. So for this one, you can see that the unlock requirements are Summon Ice Spike and Holy Mark. Or, I mean, yeah. So to get it, you have to have the Holy Mark fully maxed out, and then the one that's right before the red tactic is just a secondary requirement. You just have to have the first tier of Ice Spikes. And then you also have to find the red tactic in another tactic space. It doesn't automatically apply. It's like any other tactic that you can randomly find or not find. Holy shit, our damage is good. I don't think timer's a problem on that boss. I'm running the tactic, or the Mind Crystal that gives you extra money on perfect kills too. Yeah, Naoto can get some crazy damage. It's just... his damage is all based on his SP, which is the problem with the really high HP bosses that you fight at the end of the run. Oh yeah, the player power scaling in this game is crazy. And I'm doing things to push it even further. Like, I have way more potentials than I'm supposed to at this point of the run. I'm probably fairly close to being maxed out. Okay, perfect. We actually got what we needed right away. So, at a black market, we want exchange point being increased by 100% when perfectly clearing a battle space. We have the rerolls to spend on a lot of shops, and now we have the money to spend on them too. Also, you can never have too much money in this game, because if you make it to the final shop before the last two boss fights, you can get infinite. You get an infinite shop. It gets more expensive, but you can buy infinite stuff out of there. What rating we're at 2.6k. So we'll probably end this run at above 3k, but I don't know. I don't think we'll be too close to the 4k mark. Wait, what achievement did I just get? Activate 10 tier 2 tactics in one dive. Oh! Yeah, that's a new one. You couldn't do that before. Apparently I don't have the achievement for beating Susano. That's probably a new one, since the difficulty settings have changed. I still need the potential where dashing doesn't interrupt the combo sequence. That one's going to be really important for conserving SP or conserving MP when I do my skill combo. Hello. I think the changes to the shops are good overall. If you're playing on high difficulty, you get around the same rerolls from just killing bosses as you would being able to spend money on the shops in the last patch. So it's definitely not a nerf. And in some cases, like what I'm doing now, you can get way more out of shops than you could before. There's a new Mind Crystal that gives you a refresh for selling your tactics. So if you sell a bunch of lower tier tactics, like the white tactics that show up in the shop, you don't lose any money and you get free refreshes back. You can get a lot more shops than you could before. And then if you get something like Black Market for more money on perfect clearing spaces, you have plenty of money to use on all the refreshes. The other thing you can look for is the Covenant that gives you discounts. That will work really well with all these shop refreshes. I should actually check and see if I need Flash maxed out or not. Yeah, tactics are fine to focus on for scaling when you're doing like the lower difficulty runs. When you go up to the higher difficulties, you want to focus more on potentials, because tactics don't scale as well long-term as the player does. There are certain tactic builds that are really powerful, but it's just like you have to know a very specific build to do that. Each potential you get gives your character a 20% damage bonus, which stacks. And then the problem is that damage bonus doesn't affect your tactics at all. So the only way tactics have to scale are their ascensions, and the ascensions work fine in lower difficulties, but then they don't scale well in high difficulty. Oh, I'm not in overdrive. That's why I'm not doing damage. Look at the damage difference between overdrive and not being in overdrive. When I tested it out, doing just a normal punch compared to doing an overdrive punch, I think it was 6 times the damage increase. Overdrive is just so important for him once you get all the hidden effects to power it up. This one is very interesting too, because Naoto doesn't really need to touch the ground at all. I guess the problem is, though, that I do like to touch the ground to reset combo stuff, but even then... We're playing Blazblue for the floor is lava version now, basically. Okay, let me check if I need to max out blind. Yes, I actually do, to get Mark Flash. We're not getting very lucky about getting multiple shops per area either this run. We finally got a discount at least, so we're gonna make big money here. I'm gonna save the red tactic and not get it here. I'll probably get it out of a white, if I can. Oh, look! Perfect. It's much better to just get it out of a cheaper white and sell the higher tier tactics back for more. Boy, do I love committing tax fraud. In Blazblue Entropy effects, do not come after me, authorities. It's just a joke, I swear. Where is the... Here it is. I can't believe I've gotten this many potentials and not gotten the dash one. To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention that much to what potentials I have, or what potentials I'm picking up after I got the first ones. See, like, look how garbage... Going from blue to gold rarity, you get 10 extra damage. I know that's stacking damage, but it's still pretty bad. Let's see, this isn't a guaranteed shop. We'll have another guaranteed shop before the boss fight, so I don't want to waste too many refreshes here yet. With Naoto, you're basically just rushing to make Overdrive as strong as possible. So his main mechanic is that, or not Overdrive, Full Drive, sorry. His main mechanic is that there's a lot of ways to enhance his attacks, like dashing before attacking, using the action key, similar to how Jin can enhance his moves with MP. Naoto can do it with SP. And then the other main way is charging your attacks by holding the attack button. So you want to get Blood Gain from Universal Enhancement, you want to unlock Blood Edge, and then the first potential that I have here, where attacks partially inherit Full Drive's enhancement effects, and then you want to unlock Full Drive. And then doing all of those should give you the hidden effects here, that make Full Drive basically just do max damage. That's basically all you need to know for Naoto. It's not too complicated. It's a lot more complicated in like how the potentials sound when you're reading them, but basically all you need to know is action button moves and Full Drive moves deal a lot of damage, and if you charge them by holding the button, they will deal more damage and have a lot more range. Charging the moves is very similar to Jin, where you just look for that flash effect, and then you release as soon as you see it. There's both an audio and a visual cue for it. you can get to the point where you can stay in full drive almost infinitely. But I need to look at what potentials you need for it. It's not something I really, like, try to go for, it's just something I get at some point in the run. I don't actually have it yet, despite everything I have. I should probably, like, start prioritizing this. Oh, that's why you get it so late in the run. You need 5 different potentials to get this. And I don't like getting the SP skills, so that's why I never get this until the end of the run. It all makes sense now. What this hidden effect does, though, is that after dashing, if you do a charged release, you get SP back for hitting the target. So you need a lot of potentials to get there, but you can... I guess that's what we'll go ahead and get these two next, then. At this point, I also have enough money where I should probably start buying MP as well. I think I might have maxed out... I'm close to maxing out both legacy skills. They might both be maxed out right now. In this shop, we're actually getting lucky with discounts. Oh, we're out of rerolls, and we still have a bunch of money left, but the last area will have 2 guaranteed shops, so we don't need to worry about extra money too much. And then if we have even more money after that, we'll have another guaranteed shop before the final boss. Assuming I don't fuck up Reki, that is. Oh, I forgot to enter full drive state again. See, I've been in full drive, and I'm still at 100 SP. Where are you going, Reki? Get back here, I am not done with you. Oh, it is always so satisfying to be able to reach Reki like that. And then this hidden effect, by the way, if you haven't seen this yet, it is hilarious. This hidden effect makes it where you have an infinite amount of dashes. You don't have a triple dash count anymore. You can dash infinitely. And then when you pair that with being able to dash in place, you can just infinitely spam it like this and have full invincibility. It's really stupid. If you ever don't know how to dodge a boss attack, just do this. I'm not buying HP mixtures because I'm trying to maximize on rating, and HP mixtures don't go into rating at all. The only thing that affects your rating score is your potential count, your tactics and the rarities, and your HP and your MP. Unfortunately, stuff like buffs you get, like if you get a black market that gives you a big damage buff, that doesn't go into your rating at all. Rating, I will say though that HP mixtures got a big buff this patch. They scale, their healing scales off of your mind level now. If you're at max mind level, you get a 90% bonus on HP mixtures. So they are very, very strong this patch. It's really nice too because you don't have to take the... Previously, if you wanted mixtures to be good at all, you had to take an extra mind crystal to buff them. But they basically put that mind crystal's effect into just having extra mind levels. It's a passive now. Mixtures heal, they should heal for 150% HP now, if you're at max mind level. No, he's definitely not Rachel level of powerful. He's strong, but he's a lot more circumstantial than Rachel and Bullet are. Like, Rachel does have the problem of having to find the right potentials, so she's worse in that case. But Rachel doesn't really have to worry about resource management that much. Her skill is so low MP cost that you don't need that much MP. For Naoto, for a majority of the run, he has to actually worry about SP management, unless you can get almost max potentials. Naoto has a lot of explosive power, I guess that's a good way to put it. But if you're not able to kill the boss in that time frame, then your damage falls off a lot. This is a cool mechanic too, but I don't think it's really worth using a lot of times. It makes it where you can cancel moves into each other more quickly if you're using your SP skill. But in my opinion, there's really no point in canceling the moves really quickly like this, because it just deletes your SP. I think it's way better to charge them. So it's kind of a weird mechanic. It's one that's hard to use, in my opinion. If I remember, I'll go into the training room if I get another potential soon. Then I can show that one off a little more without just destroying my SP bar. I wish it would just allow you to cancel all moves, instead of having it to be specifically canceling the SP skill, or the SP version of the moves with the action button. I've been playing Max Entropy in the recent update. I used to play at 80, because everything after 80 just wasn't worth it. But now, the final upgrades are a lot more worth it, like having extra potential stages and starting with an extra potential. Event types I haven't really noticed being that useful, but the Mind Unleashed and the 4 random battle spaces giving 2 times rewards are massive. And then Legacy Tactics having infinite refreshes is a massive thing too for most players. Unfortunately for me, I have already done like all the Evotype grinding for Legacy characters that I would ever need to do. So I can't really make use of it too much unless they come out with new tactics. Goodbye! This boss always has less HP than other bosses, so it's a lot easier to one-shot. But Naoto is definitely very strong enough to hold his own. Oh, floating mine, that's gross. I'm gonna go into one of the shops before I do floating mine. They seem to have nerfed this section to where you only get 2 guaranteed shops instead of 3, like you did before. But as long as you make it to the final shop after this, then it's worth it. Oh, we're getting lucky discounts. Okay, so for those of you guys that haven't seen too much of the update, this is another new mechanic that they've added that is extremely nice. If you max out on potentials, you can keep buying more potentials to still get the 20% damage bonus each time. So now characters like Noelle and Mai that have really low potential counts aren't just screwed out of dealing damage like characters like Rachel with really high potential counts are able to do. Three discounts in a row, damn! We're making up for the early luck, it seems like. I wish you could check your menu during shopping, because if I leave to try and check the menu, then it doesn't let you back in the shop. I think I have maxed out gold rarity on everything. Oh, I have one purple, but that's not gonna matter too much. It's a difference of like 5 rating, I think, going from purple to gold. The devs really fucking hate tactics, it seems like. An entire gold tactic is the same as buying one MP or HP upgrade from the shop, in terms of how much rating points it gives you. I don't know why they screwed over tactics so badly like that. Bullet's OP because of her... She has some of the highest damage in the game, while also having permanent iframes on her skill moves. And unlike a character like Naoto, that has to build very specific potentials to do his damage and be in an overdrive state, if you get a couple potentials on Bullet, she just does her damage. Really, the only thing you ever need for Bullet is the potential where... I took damage? I call bullshit on that. I'm at full HP. I didn't get a perfect clear out of that. I'm calling bullshit, game. I'm at max HP. How did I not get a perfect clear? But yeah, anyways, all you need for Bullet is the universal passive where if an enemy can't be grabbed, it still does damage. And then you can pretty much delete a boss by the first boss fight. I am on Entropy 100 on extreme mode. And something to keep in mind for people that are new to this patch, this is very important. Turning on your mutations very drastically increases the HP and damage of the enemies. If you're playing at 0 mutations compared to 5 mutations, it's double the HP. And also, as a comparison of like Transcendence before this, 5 mutations is harder than Transcendence 100 previously. Even if you're only playing at like 50 Entropy with 5 mutations enabled. So if you're struggling with this mode, the first thing you want to do is disable a couple of these mutations. I have Overload off just because it's not really that necessary, and it lowers the scaling a little bit. I usually play with all of them on if I'm just playing for fun, but for this run, I need to try and perfect kill as many bosses as possible, so it helps to have them be a little bit weaker health-wise, even if the scaling isn't that different between 4 and 5. What are we at for... Oh, we hit 4K, actually. I'm surprised we got 4K on this run, with it being as unlucky. So we might be able to make it up to 4.5, depending on how effectively we perfect clear the final area. And assuming I don't, like, eat it on this boss fight. Which could definitely still happen, despite how much damage I deal. Alright, one thing you have to be careful about on this boss fight is you definitely want to leave your SP mode before the stage transition. Otherwise, the stage transition will just constantly eat your SP. There we go. Actually, is that a perfect recce? I shouldn't have taken damage there. I'm still at max HP. Actually, it might have healed me after the boss fight. I didn't think I took damage there, but it didn't give me the perfect kill. That black market is nerfed to 25% instead of 50% MP per or HP per room. I won't say that it's garbage now, but it's nowhere near as good as it used to be. I would much rather take black market for extra exchange points. Oh, don't mind me. Oops, I accidentally went back to the menu. Oh no. If you ever want perfect clears, and you mess up, you can always go back to the menu, and it will reset the room. It works during boss fights too. It's definitely a cheesy thing that I wouldn't recommend doing on casual runs, but if you're trying to like farm a really good Evotype or something, I think it's fair game. God damn it, I took damage again. I could just one-shot these guys if I just wait a little bit to get SP back. Yeah, it takes like... It might be 150, I don't remember. But it takes like 4 or 5 rooms to even go even with that black market. So I think it's potentially still worth it if you get it early on, especially if you're gonna full clear alpha space. But if you don't get it early enough... Oh shit, I accidentally used SP skill. God damn it, Naoto! I don't know why they made his SP, his like SP ultimate move, so god-awful. Compared to the damage that you get just from being in full state drive, the SP skill is basically, like, non-existent. Doing the SP finisher is what I mean. It's literally only there to be a flashy ending move, if you want to style. If you actually, like, want to play the character effectively, it's garbage. Complete garbage. The reason why I'm healing on 100 Entropy is because they... Oh, you can't see it here, but... Oh no, you can see it here. They adjusted things to where you don't have to have everything selected to be on 100, so I don't get HP reduced after defeating elite enemies. So that might have been what happened with Floating Mind too. It might have just healed before I looked at the HP bar. I wouldn't put it past, like, my pinky toe brushed up against Floating Mind's laser for half a second, and I took 1 tick of damage sometime. Floating Mind is the most obnoxious boss in the game to try and perfect clear. Especially on Transcendence difficulty, because he does that stupid cross-up thing. Get back down here. I'm not done with you, dude. I hit him. I didn't hit him much, but I did deal damage to him. It might have been the ice spikes dealing damage. See, now we see that, now that I don't have my SB mode on, I do, like, baby damage. Even if I'm using SB from the action button, the damage is nowhere near full drive. This character is made to just have very explosive damage output, and then get punished if you don't manage resources. Sometimes it's not even about resource management, though. Sometimes it's just the enemy is too tanky, and you run out. Oh, don't worry, my HP at Reki is usually on life support too. This run is just pretty broken because of the potential count that we have. Honestly, I don't really have too broken of, like, other effects from Vanguard. We didn't get too lucky with Vanguards this run. Before I streamed, I had a run where I had bonus damage based on how much money I had with Lambda, and then I had 4,000 by the end of the run, so I was doing insane damage. Okay, I took damage there, but I think because he was blinded, it missed, and it doesn't count against perfect clear. Yeah, it doesn't count against the perfect clear. Nice. Yes, this character is full screen incarnate. Welcome to the stream, by the way. We're about to fight the final boss. So I don't remember how calculation works entirely. I think the rule is that once potentials cost 350, it's worth it. It's more worth it to buy MP and then HP once, and then I guess it'd be like 2 or 3 more potentials again before it's worth it cost-wise, for just maximizing on rating. I'm talking about. So we got 430 MP, 10,000 HP, and unfortunately there's no good way to see how many potentials you got. Because for some stupid reason... So, on the screen here, you can see that all of the 20% damage bonuses that I have for each potential add up to 660%. But then when they made the potential unleashed, they don't make it add to this number at all. So there is only one way to see how many potential unleashed effects you picked up, and that's after you're done with the run. It's really stupid. These devs make they make very fun to play characters, but they make some of the strangest design decisions when it comes to, like, giving the player information, which is something that really gets on my nerves. Some things I can understand, like you don't want to overcomplicate systems and make things hard to understand for players. But some things are like, They just don't give you accurate information on what something does mechanically. My one example of that, or the best example of that, doesn't work anymore because they finally just patched it out. Ragna's passive used to have a stacking mechanic to it, but they never told you that it stacked. And then one patch they just decided to remove the stacking mechanic. Instead of ever updating the tooltip to tell the player it stacked, they just removed the stacking instead. Ooh, I almost messed up that. I don't remember if it refills your SP between fights here. So I'm gonna make sure I exit SP mode after this. There's one boss down. This boss is not the problem. It's the next boss that has a lot of ways of insta-killing you. Either if you don't have enough HP, or even you could have a billion HP and a bunch of revives, and you can still get one-shot by this boss. It has just a literal one-shot mechanic. So it's time to lock in now.
これが世の世界だ。もう幕引きの時だ。ほう、来るがよい。何をしている。
Goodbye! That was a really good fight. Damn. A lot of that is just Naoto being stupid. I don't know if I can do this boss fight that well on too many other characters. Yeah, the tornado move isn't really that hard to dodge if you have triple dash, but just the stakes that you have during that fight. If you mess it up once, then you get astraled. So even though like the tornadoes are pretty easy to dodge, it's very nerve-wracking, and you can throw yourself off that way. I probably should have done Ice Spike with Ice Spike marks on this Evotype. Too late now, though. I want Rending Impact. I don't care about any of these other things. Where the hell is Rending Impact? I swear I've seen Fatal Rend like 3 times, but not Rending Impact. And I've seen Rending Boost multiple times. I had Rending Impact on this character, right? Does it show? No, it doesn't even show me. I wish you could check and see what you had. There it is. I don't know why it took so long to show up. And we got past the goal of getting 4K. We hit 4.3. I don't know if that's better than my other Naoto or not. I think it's about the same. I think we're gonna probably have a little bit more of a story section. Oh, it's Coco.
ソウルイーターか。なるほど。
魂。貴様やはり。
まさかあの時のあれはこれのために仕組まれたのか。
I'm really enjoying this story so far. It's nothing crazy, which I didn't expect it to be, but compared to what we had before, it's so much better already.
やはり解析の影響か。無理はしなくていい。話せるようなら記憶の流入から何を見たのか教えてくれ。
I'll answer your question in a minute. I want to listen to the story stuff. I don't want to interrupt the stories too much for people that are listening.
いや、仮にこの記憶が可能性であるのなら。
怪物ね。いよいよ夢みたいな話になってきたな。
フォックス、どうしました？震えていますよ。エース、あなたが見た怪物はもしかして闇がうごめくような真っ黒な獣？
フォックス、君はその怪物を知っているのかい？
知らない。でも
ドクター・メルクリウス、もしやその怪物が世界を滅ぼす元凶なのですか？
ドクター？なんだ？いや、怪物のことだったか。すまないが急いで調べることができた。その話は今度にしてくれ。ドクター A、可能性の海へのダイブに耐えられるのはお前だけだ。相当な負担が伴うのは承知しているが、引き続き頼むぞ。
また何も話してくれないのか。まあいい。エース、暇だったらちょっと来てくれ。話したいことがある。
フォックス、聞いてもいいかな？
何？
あんたが言ってた獣ってのは一体なんだ？本当にそいつが世界を滅ぼすやつなのか？
もし何か知っているのなら、私たちにも情報を共有していただけませんか？実験の役に立つかもしれませんし。
直接知ってるわけじゃない。ただ夢で見たことがあるだけ。何度も昔から繰り返し見る夢。闇がうごめくような真っ黒な獣のような怪物が大勢の人を襲う夢。エースの話を聞いて思い出した。夢で見た怪物を。私の見た夢ではその怪物がやがて世界を滅亡に追いやってしまう。
じゃあやっぱりそれが世界を滅ぼす存在。
まあ待てよ。いくら二人が見た怪物が似ててもフォックスのはただの夢だろ。
でも偶然と言い切るには類似点が気になります。フォックス、あなたの夢では最終的に世界はどうなるのですか？
大勢が死んで何もかも燃えて灰になってしまう。私の親友も。
でもよ、俺はそんな話聞いたこともないぞ。本当にそんな怪物が世界を襲ってるならとっくに大騒ぎだろう。
可能性、もしその怪物が可能性、つまりこれから起き得るかもしれない未来なのだとしたら。
つまり可能性のかけらとは無数に分岐する僕たちの未来の一部ということかい？それはまた随分と大胆な推察だね。だけど僕たちが行っている実験を踏まえるとライムの言うことは否定しきれないな。
じゃああれは本当に起きるかもしれない恐ろしい出来事が。
Yeah, I'm so curious how they'll tie these characters into Blazblue. They've been like hinting at it this whole time, but they haven't given anything concrete. So for you guys, for those of you that haven't started the story yet or weren't here when I explained it earlier, the basics is that when we're diving into the gameplay, we're diving into a parallel world, or like an alternate reality, kind of like a VR thing, but more advanced, and linking with avatars of the Blazblue characters in order to fight through the stages and search for all these memories. The memories are supposed to lead to knowing how to stop the destruction of the world somehow. And that's why we're finding them. But then, like, as we're finding these memories, the characters that are here in the lab are simultaneously, like, losing some of their memories from like this life, as well as feeling like the events that are happening in the Blazblue characters' memories are familiar to them. So I don't know if all of these people have came from like a different parallel reality, and we're just kind of in limbo, maybe trying to stop these things from happening. I wouldn't put it past it to pull some like a lot of parallel world shit and alternate timelines, with it being Blazblue lore. I have no idea where this is set in the actual Blazblue lore. I don't know that much about Blazblue lore to begin with. And then a lot of things are still unclear, too, from the story. Like I said, we still don't really know how the characters here link to actual Blazblue, other than using avatars of the Blazblue characters. Okay, so I did pass my previous record by about a little over 100. So somebody was wondering, like, if the rating actually matters. Last patch, I would say no. Rating doesn't matter that much past a certain point. But this patch, there's basically no limit on how strong of a character you can make. Because we got a new mechanic called Potential Unleashed. Once your character is maxed out on potentials, normally you wouldn't be able to stack damage anymore. but you can keep picking up an infinite amount of potential unleashed, which keeps raising your damage by another 20%. For some stupid reason, it doesn't show here at the 660%, but I have another 30 potentials here, which brings the total damage of my character to over 1,000%. I don't remember the exact percentage of what he's at. I think it's somewhere around like 1,200. This character will basically deal double the damage of any maxed out character besides, like, Rachel in previous patches. Rachel was the only character that could stack over a specific amount of damage, just because Rachel has more potentials than other characters. And this change in the update is massive to characters like Noelle and Mai, who had a very low amount of potentials. Those characters were just, unfortunately, so unprivileged that their max damage cap is just strictly lower than other characters because of the being limited by their low amount of potentials. So I will show you this. Actually, let's use... So that's interesting. This character is stronger rating-wise, probably because it has full gold tactics and higher HP. But this character is actually way stronger in terms of raw damage. So I'll show you the boss rush with a new maxed out character. And you'll see how disgusting this is. But then, Prisoner's actually, like, in the mid-range of characters in terms of potential count. You wouldn't think he is, but a lot of his backpack upgrades are shared, where, like, if you get it for one backpack, you have it for all three, and they don't count... When that happens, it doesn't count as, like, 3 different 20% increases. It only counts as 20%. So even though Prisoner looks like he has way more potentials, he doesn't. So, unfortunately for Naoto, he gets extremely fucked over by the boss rush, just because of bad design on developers' part. So I mentioned before that Naoto needs to be in SP state to do his damage, for the most part. You cannot cancel out of SP state as soon as the boss dies. So all of this time where I'm sitting here in this menu, I'm losing SP. So instead of being able to take all these new nice buffs that they've added into the boss rush mode, which I really like, by the way, they made buffs actually interesting instead of just being small flat damage and stuff. But instead of being able to do that, Naoto just has to take SP every time if you want to keep dealing good damage. This has been a problem for, like, Taukaka. If you ended, for Taukaka, if you ended a fight in Spinny, it would drain all of your MP. Oh, I fucked up, hang on. Don't mind me. Just doing a little abusing here. But yeah, this was a problem for Taukaka. I think Taukaka was the only character that could really run into this problem before. They never fixed it, and now it's a huge issue for Naoto. If you want to cheese things and select, like, actual buffs during the boss fights, just select your buff, go to the next boss fight, and then when it starts, exit the menu like I did, go back to main menu, and go back in. I know it's a pain in the ass to do, because you have to wait for loading times and stuff, but if you do that, it will restore all your SP.
Are you playing drums? Who's playing drums?
And like here, I'm getting fucked over even more hard, because I have to wait for the boss to spawn. By the time the boss even spawned in, I was down to like 40 SP. Really, really bad design decisions here that they should have known was already a problem. As much as I love the devs, there's a lot of, I messed up again. I shouldn't See, like there, I just don't really have a choice. The transition is so long that I would have ran out of SP by the time the boss came back. They did a lot of good things this patch. I don't want to make it seem like I'm, like, shitting on them too much. But there's a lot of really bad oversights that they've done. This one's kinda whatever. I can forgive them a little more than other things because it's such a niche case. But, like, the design decision that you can't play the new story mode unless you finish the old one is very strange. I guess they don't want the old story mode to go to waste, is probably why they've done it, but I don't know if it's really a good way to go about it. And then also, like, screwing over old players out of getting vouchers because they've already done the achievements is a really big oversight that they shouldn't have missed, in my opinion. To my knowledge, you're supposed to get... Those guys went down very fast, by the way. But yeah, to my knowledge, you're supposed to be able to get vouchers for the new costumes by completing certain achievements. But, like, my problem is that on this account, I've already done almost every achievement in the game, and it didn't give me any of the vouchers retroactively. So this account is just screwed out of getting the character, the unlocks for new costumes. By the way, if you haven't seen this yet, Naoto gets a potential that lets him dash infinitely, and his, you also have something where you can dash in place, and dashes have invulnerability frames. So you just literally can't be damaged if you spam the dash button. It's hilarious. I really want to try Momentum Shift on Lambda, but I haven't been getting it. Momentum Shift on, like, on Taukaka could be really crazy as well. I almost wonder if you could level Jin. At max level, Jin Legacy freezes for 7 seconds. So I feel like you could almost get to a point where you could perma-stun bosses with maybe, like, S or Taukaka or Lambda, who have a ton of hits. I think I would rank Naoto, like, pretty high on the mid-tier. I don't think he's Bullet level and, like, Rachel level and Lambda and Hakumen and all them. Which, you wouldn't think that based on what I'm playing here. But what I'm playing here, like I said before, is literally double the damage of what you would be able to get on a character before the patch. So I'm just physically outscaling the bosses that are here by having just a ridiculously powerful Evotype. This is not a good indication of Naoto's actual power. He's very, very strong, but the problem that he has until late on in the run is that all of his damage is locked behind SP as a resource. If you run out of SP and the fight isn't over, then you do just no damage until it comes back. But he does have a lot of iframes, and then he does have the shenanigans with, like, infinite dodges. So he's not as bad as Hazama when it comes to DPS, but he's lower than a lot of the really high top-tier characters that can one-shot things. Nice, I found Non. Getting the non-skip in this version is way harder than getting it in her actual fight, because you can't see where you are off-screen, but you can still damage Non. And that's a 328 clear, by the way. The the highest record that I know of in the previous patch was, I think it was like 218. Let me check. I can look this up really quickly. No, the highest, the fastest record that I know of in Mind Trial, even before this update, was 148. But that was with Lambda just spawn killing everything by having portals stacked before the boss even spawns. Being able to clear in 3 minutes is very fast. It's faster than... Actually, what was... I don't remember what my record with Icy was. I think it's somewhere... It's somewhere close to my Icy record. And with that Icy record, I put so much effort into, like, piloting the character and getting all the tactics and stuff set up perfectly. Whereas with this one, I can just kind of button mash, and I just have the potential of Unleashed count to stat check everything. Now, that being said, this is not a typical character by any means. This is a character that you'll get when you're having, like, really high roll luck on Black Market, and you need a good Black Market or Covenant, one of the two. If you get both, even better. This 3.4k is more of a typical character of what I've been getting playing at max difficulty. I've been getting around 3k every time. I love playing Hazama, but nobody can tell me that his damage is good by any means. It's the same thing for Jin. Like, Jin's one of my favorite characters, but playing against Jin... Playing as Jin in the highest difficulty runs is like slapping things with a wet noodle. They did supposedly buff Jin's base damage, and I haven't tried him out, so I might try him out next run. I think I'm a little ahead of the curve on the missions that they're giving me, guys. What the fuck? This dude's like, go to a run and get 5 potentials. Bitch, I just got like 60 potentials in the last run. Did you see that shit? I think I'm a little bit ahead of where the game wants me to be. Fucking 5 potentials my ass, dude. I also feel like I may have saw cutscenes out of order. Because, like, I don't feel like I should be seeing cutscenes about the Black Beast when I'm, like, 3 missions in. Let's see, we've had 1, 2, 3... Wait, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4... We've had 4 cutscenes, and they're already talking about the Black Beast. It feels like I saw that cutscene earlier than I was supposed to. Maybe because I beat the final boss, but I'm not sure. I've heard some people say they've soft-locked the new story mode, but I haven't heard any details of, like, how it got soft-locked or what happened. I feel like for Jin, I need to lower some of these, or I need to turn up some of the mutations so the HP scaling isn't as high, but the mutations are so good to have. Technically, I don't need to level up legacy skills that much, I guess, because I'm using the legacy skill Mind Crystal, and leveling up legacy skills isn't really that great anyways, aside from a couple of them like Ragna. So I think it'll be fine turning that off, and then... I definitely think I need to keep Vanguard on. I need to keep tactic expansion isn't really that big of a deal, honestly. But it is better rating. Alright, we'll see how this goes. I think Jin is just gonna run into a DPS problem, but we'll try it. Maybe we'll get some really good buffs that make up for it. Yeah, maybe I should turn timer off and think about turning something else on, or at least turning timer down a little bit. That's a good point about it being optional. I'm so used to just playing with timer that I've kept it on for most of the runs. The other options are really horrible, though. Like, maximum HP being reduced every single stage. This is a horrible, horrible option. And then hiding space info, it doesn't really work well either. I could go just a little bit less HP recovery after bosses, and then maybe change a Mind Crystal. And yeah, by the way, you do need to beat the old story before you can access the new one, which is weird. I think you were probably here when I said that, but if not, now you know. One thing I definitely appreciate is that you can access Mind Crystals from this menu, so I don't understand why they didn't put Entropy settings on this menu as well. But you gotta at least take the win on being able to access Mind Crystals from Character Select instead of having to back all the way out. Do I think I can really pull off perfect clears with Jin? I'm so rusty on him. The other thing, like, Legacy level isn't a requirement, technically. It's just nice to have. But I think I will probably switch back into mixtures. I usually run this one, where you get 60% HP from clearing space. But now that they've buffed mixtures to scale with your mind level, I think I'll probably start running +3 mixtures again. This one's also interesting. I think it could be good for maybe some cheese builds, but the problem is that the mixture animation is so long, and I think you don't get invincibility frames during the mixture animation, so I feel like it'd be hard to use this in practical situations. Oh, it is 8 seconds. That's a long time to be having 30% final damage. I almost wonder if it's better to run that over acceleration, even. Jin kind of stacks hits pretty quickly, but not as quickly as some other characters. The other thing I might consider is taking Vengeful Wrath and hoping to get a revive out of a Sortisho. That's kind of a weird thing to just hope for, though. I wish if they would have just gave us one more Mind Crystal slot, it would have been perfect. You could have taken everything you needed. But right now, it's hard to fit everything in. Like, I'm not even taking MP anymore, because I'm having to take the new Recycling, and then Solo Performance for more money. Let's try this, though. I guess, technically, if I really want to min-max Evotype rating, I should take base HP and MP, because those actually count towards rating and other things don't. But I would rather take stuff that actually makes the run more comfortable too. I don't care about min-maxing the rating to the point of where I'm gonna do something like that. Do I not have... I don't have a way I can set up a Fire Spirit Detonation build, because my Jin has it. We can just run with Skill Cold. Wait, what? Why does it not say these are It should say that these are conflicting, but it doesn't. Because normally these would cancel each other out. What happens if I go into the run now? Does it just eat the two tactics like it should? Or does it do something weird where it, like, stacks the tier 2 with itself? Yeah, I didn't think you got any iframes for using mixtures. Oh, yep, it did eat my... it did eat my tactics. I'm gonna go back out real quick. It's weird though, I swear sometimes I've used a mixture and gotten iframes from it. But it's hard to say for sure. It'd be really weird if certain characters had iframes on their mixture animation, but I would not put it past these developers. They are very inconsistent with certain things like that. I think sometimes what it is I mixture and then I instinctively dodge, and I get the dodge frames, instead of it being actually that the mixture is... the mixture is actually healing me. So I guess I can show off Naoto's second legacy skill. I don't think it's that good, but I think it is a... Hang on, let me check my mind crystals again. Maybe we drop the perfect clear, not have to worry about that. Go with the legacy skill +3. Because Naoto's, Naoto's legacy skill scales off of levels in range and damage. The damage of it is kind of shit, honestly. But the range of it does actually help quite a bit early on. So I think it might be a good option for Jin, just to help him get through the weak early game. Yeah, that's a good point. It could have to do with character, like, hitboxes, too. It's hard to say with this game. And mixtures are a lot harder to test than other things, because you can't... Actually, you might be able to use mixtures in Mind Trial. So Naoto's second legacy skill basically gives you his blood form, where every time you attack, you deal additional hits. It's pretty neat, honestly. I just wish it, like, it did a little bit more damage. I don't know who looked at the fucking scaling of it, because it's like, you level up the skill, and you get like 10 or 20 extra damage per level up. It's really, really bad scaling. Especially considering you can only scale the move, really, if you're using a Mind Crystal or playing on one of the hardest difficulties to begin with. So, like, if they wanted to make the base of the move pretty weak, to not have it, like, be too powerful in low runs, I understand that. But the scaling of it needs to be better for it to be able to keep up with high difficulty. And high difficulty is where you're going to be scaling it, so it's, like, counterintuitive. You're so much better off just taking something like Noelle, which gives you MP back, or Ragna, which gives you damage and healing. One thing I do need to check out, too, though, is... I need to check out Kokonoe's legacy with max levels on it. Because Kokonoe's legacy gives more... it gives more missiles every single time you level it. You can probably get it up to like 10 missiles, which will look hilarious. It's gonna feel really weird. Going from... Now I'm so used to Naoto's timings on his attacks that I have to go back to Jin and try to get used to like the opposite thing that I do on Naoto. Naoto's timing attacks are basically like holding and releasing at the right time, whereas Jins are a rhythm of pressing consecutively at the right time, if that makes sense. It's the same concept, but the execution for each one is different. The unfortunate thing about Naoto's second legacy skill as well is that... do I want to pick up... Icicle Dash is good, but it feels a little clunky without Triple Dash. So I don't know if I want to pick it up quite yet. I'm gonna have to... Oh, I'll get Triple Dash. I'm gonna have to redo my key bindings as soon as I pick this up. Because I had to redo my key bindings specifically for Naoto. I don't think I really feel comfortable doing the Vanguard battle with the potentials I have right now. I just wouldn't do any damage to the boss. But yeah, the problem with Naoto's second legacy skill is that it has a cooldown. If it had a lower cooldown and you could proc it faster on multi-hitting characters, I think it'd be pretty decent. Anyways, we're going to be looking for heavy attacks. We got the timing mechanic already. And then I'll take triple dash plus the attack dash, because that's pretty generally useful. Other than that, I'll mostly be looking for heavy attack. This is nice to have later on, so maybe I just pick it up now. Let's try another. Okay, there we go. Hold attack on its own isn't too powerful, but it will be powerful with another potential that we get for it. It is tempting to just pick up Attack Rend here, even though it's white rarity. Because it's... I don't have any Mind Crystal on for Tactic Chance. It's going to be a lot harder to find Tactic... Or it's going to be a lot harder to find that Rend out in the wild. I don't think anything has really changed with Tactic meta, even with being able to have 2 upgrades. The problem is being able to have 2 upgrades kind of buffs everything equally. I'll have to do some looking at tactics and see if maybe there's a creative use of having both of them. But in most cases, it's just like Holy Mark is buffed because it gets an extra damage and deals AoE on top of having Stable Mark. But you could say the same thing for, like, Light Spears. Light Spears now get a double damage buff. Light Wave plus Light Spear builds probably get a little more of a buff than a lot of other things, because when you have Light Spear, Light Wave scales off of both the damage that Light Spears deal, and then the damage that the actual Light Wave scales with. So you kind of double dip in that build. But other than that, I can't really think of any builds off the top of my head that really benefit a whole lot from having the double tactics thing. If Rend and Burn weren't so shit of a damage debuff in high difficulty, they would get a lot of benefit from having double tier 2 tactics. But their damage is just too bad. Rend, I think, like, Rend is so close to having a chance of being good with having, like, Rending Impact, or even, like, Rend Boost and Shorter Range Rend scale really well together, because you need lower distance on your Rend while also increasing Rend every time it hits. The problem with Rend is that it's just so inconsistent on bosses. You might have a boss like Tree, which doesn't move at all, and doesn't get Rend stacks. And then you just kind of have a dead tactic there. And then Burn, there's really nothing you can do to save Burn. It's just... Burn is a hard tactic to balance, though, because it's like, it's just a free DPS if you have it applied. If they ever make Burn too strong, then it's just free DPS for nothing. But if Burn is weak, then you just don't ever pick it up. So it's kind of... Burn is kind of in a paradox. For Burn, though, what they need to do is... They need to make it powerful by having, like, a specific red tactic, like they did with Poison. Poison is still pretty shit overall, as a debuff, but Poison at least does have a build you can run, where you get the red tactic Venom enhancement. When Venom deals damage to poisoned enemies, it reduces the poison duration by 0.3 seconds. You can get builds that have Venom down constantly on the whole map, so you can actually make Venom, or you can actually make Poison good that way. Whereas Burn still doesn't have any red tactic that makes it good. Aside from detonating Fire Spirits technically makes Burn good, but it's not actual Burn that's being good there, it's the Fire Spirits. I was kind of disappointed when they updated the tactics and didn't really give Burn or Rend any good red tactic options to deal DPS. They did at least give Poison an option, which was the worst of the 3 debuffs. Poison was just completely unusable in boss fights. Oh, I need to change my settings. Naoto's install, or his full drive state, takes attack plus action inputs, which I feel like is very inconsistent if you don't just bind it to a key. But then the problem is that Jin needs attack plus skill as an input, so I just have to switch it back and forth. Actually, what? Is that the wrong one? Hang on. Do I actually have enhanced attacks? I think it is attack plus skill, but I might have not picked it up. Okay, yeah, I just didn't pick it up yet. That's why it's not working. Oops. Why could I not get this timing anymore? I know it's been a while since I played him, but this timing isn't, like... It's not something that's difficult. Unless they change something between the patch. Yeah, that's what I do. I just use the macro for full drive, but then I have to change it when I play Jin. We got Black Market first, so I'm gonna do a little bit of save manipulation again. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Good luck on the last level. And yes, they did change the default key bindings for some reason. Luckily, my key bindings never got reset, but I heard some people say that their key bindings got reset. It's time to... So what we're doing here is we're just making a copy of the save file, and then if I don't like what I get after a couple rerolls, I just copy the save file back over again. You can do this an infinite amount of times to RNG manipulate things in this game. Normally I do not do this, but when I'm hunting for when I'm hunting for very high rating characters, just for the novelty of it, you pretty much have to do this, or just do a stupid amount of resets at the beginning of your run. Or, I mean, you just have to keep starting the run from the beginning if you don't get what you need. It's purely luck. There we go. Exchange point increases by 100% when completing a battle space. That's how we'll actually have enough money to reroll the shops with all the extra rerolls we get from this patch, and then from selling tactics. And I don't know why I can't get the timing of jump into charged Hyotendanka. There, I got it once. I swear it used to be so free. Sometimes it's just like it's not working, though. It's hard to say if it's just that I haven't played Jin in a while, or if it is actually something different. I haven't decided yet if the new events are worth it or not. I don't think a lot of them are too good. But there are some new ones that can give you potentials. But then again, it's just random. I almost feel like there's something different about jump height. I feel like I'm getting more air, even if I just lightly tap the button. You used to be able to do, like, short hops pretty easily. I can't imagine they would have changed something, though, about, like, something as random as jump height. Unless they really just didn't like people doing short hop into full charge. Because basically, if you don't know Jin as well, Jin has timings on all of his attacks that will enhance the next move. If you do a timing with his held attack, you instantly get the full charged version of it. See if I can show it off. I have done it, so it's not impossible to do. It's just not consistent like it used to be. You used to be able to just jump, hold attack, and then you would have the sheath timing when you landed. But it's different now, I swear. See, here I can do it, because I'm timing the jump attack closer to the ground. But it's like... yeah, something is definitely different. You used to be able to do it off of just a regular jump. I'm either getting too much height, or they've changed something with the sheath timing of the air attack. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know, maybe it's not some conspiracy to nerf Jin by making the easy timing harder to do on the same patch that they buff his attack damage. It just seems kind of fishy, I don't know. I haven't changed it controller either since I've done it last, and it hasn't been that long since I played the game. I played it a couple of weeks before release, and I wasn't having any issues with this at all. I can't say for sure that they changed something, but I've played enough Jin that I feel like I can tell when something doesn't feel right, and something doesn't feel right. I've probably put more time into Jin than most people that have played this game, aside from maybe, like, a lot of the Chinese community, because the Chinese community puts a lot of time into this game. I can still do it, but I have to delay my attack input, which I did not have to do in the previous patch. You could just short hop, hold X, or hold attack, and then immediately when you touch the ground, you would hit the attack plus skill, and it would work. And it's just not working now. I wonder if this is worth it. It does hit quite a lot of times, but I don't know if it hits enough times to really rack up 30 instances of damage. I'm gonna have to look at this tactic sometime, or I mean this effect sometime too. It says that skill can trigger summoning tactics with a cooldown of only 1 second, but I just don't know how that interacts with a lot of summoning tactics, because like Ice Spike's attack on their own, Slime's attack on their own. Does this mean you could have like permanent radiance with a 1 second cooldown? The only other tactic I could think that, or maybe it would like, I don't know, this is a really weird thing. We can maybe try and take it, and take it with Ice Spikes and see if it does anything or not. I wonder if you can place mines on a 1 second cooldown. Though you do have to wait for your... you do have to have MP to do that as well. But maybe we can make a mine build work with this? It'd be the first time in the history of the game that mines ever did anything. Summon mines has to be the worst tactic in the entire game. Like, even pre-buffed poison was better than summon mine. Yeah, I can't remember the exact names of the things for Naoto. You want to look for the potential that unlocks his action key attacks very early on, because the action key attacks do twice the damage of normal attacks. It's a huge damage increase for a pretty low SP cost. And then... you also want to look for... I'm having a hard time remembering stuff off the top of my head. You want to look for Full Drive, which is attack plus action key. That basically lets him enter a mode where all attacks are enhanced for a little while. And then you also want to find The ability to charge attacks is a big one, finding early on. Otherwise, your attack range is really small. The damage you get out of charging attacks isn't as good as the damage you get out of using the action key. Oh, this stage fucking sucks. We had Black Market too. Actually, we can just resume from where that Black Market was. I don't understand entirely why I was taking damage there, because I was spamming triple dash, and I was still taking damage, I feel like. But that room is ass on max entropy, because there's too many enemies, and they're all attacking faster, and they're all doing ranged attacks that basically lock on from across the map. So we're gonna pretend like that never happened. Okay, we got exchange points increased by 100% when perfect clearing right away again. So we're not wasting too much time at least. Yeah, mine might be if it doesn't work for mine, then what would it work for? I can't imagine it would work for, like, summoning Radiance on a 1-second cooldown, but maybe it does. That kind of sucks that we lost the run there, because I did want to see if it, like, respawned ice spikes or something. We could maybe make a... If it works with tentacles, we could maybe make a tentacle build, finally. Tentacles have a red tactic that make it, where the tentacles deal % health of the bosses' HP, but it's a really low %. It's only like 5% or something. I don't remember the exact number, but it's not a high enough number to be useful, usually. But if you could use that to stack multiple tentacles down at once, then it might be okay. Maybe if I see tentacles here, I will pick them up. And then we can go for like a tentacle black hole build. That'd be pretty helpful for Jin. Oh, there's Tentacle. We'll pick it up and see if we can maybe... I'm not gonna, like, RNG manipulation reroll for a Vanguard space, but we'll keep it in mind for when we get them. Okay, so I think I've found a new method of basically auto-timing Sheath on landing. You just do 2 hits of the air combo instead of 1. That's not too bad, then. It is slower than before, but if it makes the timing consistent 100% of the time, then it's worth it, in my opinion. Even if it is slower. Now I'm hitting it 100% of the time. So I'm very confused. I don't think I had anything... I don't think I had any buffs that, like, increased my movement speed that would have increased my jump height. That's the only thing I can think of, but, I shouldn't have any of that. Maybe it really just was me not having the muscle memory to do complete short hops anymore. I also feel like I really should have been outside the range of that hit. Oh shit. I didn't realize he was doing that. Ooh, Veteran's Instinct at the early Vanguard is nice to have. I said it before, but Veteran's Instinct only stacks on spaces you've completed after you picked it up. If you pick it up late in the run, then it's not going to scale. Yeah, it would be funny to see Tentacles deal a lot of damage on 1 million HP Izanami. But having like 5% max health damage every like 10 seconds is not worth it. Ooh, I shouldn't have taken that hit. Probably just mix her up. I was so happy when I saw that they made Devouring Tentacles, the red tactic, do percent health, and then I was so immediately disappointed when I looked at how much damage it actually did. I don't even remember if it was like 5% or if it was even less than that. It was a very low number. That's all I remember. Yes, this is PC version. Oh, dang it. I feel like they should have touched up on a few of the stages when they did this big update. Because it feels like... Well, it feels like this because it is how the game was designed. The game was not designed with entropy settings in mind when they originally made these stage designs. The entropy system worked completely differently in early access. It was just something that, if you didn't reduce by going to rest spaces over the course of the run, you would just have higher scaling on enemies, kind of like how Transcendence works. The enemies get harder scaling over time. But anyways, the problem now is that some stage layouts are not designed for the amount of enemies and for how fast the enemies attack. Like, in the stage I just went through, you get put into a tiny corridor where there's literally an enemy on every single spot of the corridor, with a lot of them either having AoE or projectiles. And it's really just not fair unless you have triple dash, and even then it's a problem. So I wish they would have gone over and redone some of the stage layouts. Let's see, is there a thing between Tentacle and Flash? I swear there is. Oh, Devouring Tentacle is Flash and Tentacles. I thought it was Shadow Spike, but Shadow Spike is a different thing. Do I go for the shadow? We can try it for the meme, I guess. Having Flash isn't bad anyways, because it has a good red tactic with Holy Mark. So it's not like I'm trolling too heavily by going Flash. Alright, the damage isn't too bad yet. I do feel like, though, once we get into the later bosses, that damage is gonna start being a problem. These are both really good options. But I think we're gonna fish for the funny. I'm not gonna spend too many refreshes here, but I will spend a couple. I wonder how good Contingency Plan is. I haven't tried this one yet. I think maybe it's a little weirdly worded, but once you go under 30, you get a shield, which probably blocks one attack, and then gives 1 second of invincibility. I don't think you get the invincibility, like, immediately as you drop under 30. I think it gives you a shield, and then that shield gives 1 second afterwards. So I think it's probably a little better than it sounds. Adrenaline Flow has a 1 second cooldown. And Jin needs so much NP. I think we have to take it. Refreshing again would cost 3 refreshes too, so I don't want to really spend a whole lot more. So for starting Entropy conditions, I would recommend starting to raise the enemy HP and damage slowly over time. I wouldn't, like, max it out right away, but I would try to, like, gradually get yourself used to fighting harder enemies, and then you probably don't want to do, like, elite enemies can summon enemies early on. You definitely don't want to do the timer for battle spaces. You could maybe turn it up like 1 or 2, but I wouldn't turn it up much early on. You probably don't want to deal with debuffs. You will have to figure out how to deal with debuffs eventually if you want to go to high difficulty. Otherwise, there's a lot more annoying stuff you have to deal with. You can turn up exchange prices pretty safely, unless you feel like you need to buy a lot of healing. For some reason, exchange spaces only applies to, like, healing and healing, HP mixtures, and then debuff removal. It doesn't apply to stuff like tactics or potentials, which you're usually wanting to buy. So exchange space isn't as bad as it sounds. I'd probably recommend getting used to more enemies spawning early on. Save the attacking faster until you're more used to the HP and amount of enemies and damage. And then I'm not sure where you'd go from there. I would say really don't ever turn on max HP decreases every time you enter a stage, and I would say also don't turn on... You can't see it here, I don't think, but there's one that gives less healing after every boss fight. I would say avoid that one if you're still new. So basically just, like, gradually work up the enemies having more HP and damage, and then maybe if you're used to that, add in the enemy spawn rate, and then add in, like, enemy attack rate once you get used to both of those. Oh man, we got discount, but it's with double tactics, so we can't take it. Instead of discount, I could maybe take the Covenant buff too. Or, I mean, I could take the Sorticio buff. The Sorticio buff is so good, but it's just a problem of, like, the last time I took it, I got one Sorticio for, like, the rest of the entire run. Oh god. Can we clear in 5 minutes as Jin? I think we're definitely not killing the final area in 5 minutes. I hate Covenant obligations. That's another thing, I feel like Covenants just aren't worth it way more often than they are worth it. I think Covenants could use some reworking. We don't care about airborne attack damage, this is fine. One thing I wish, too, with Jin, instead of just giving him a damage bonus, what I would have liked them to do is give him MP reduction if you sheath time any MP attacks, or give him like an MP recovery effect, so like every time you sheath time, you get like 20 MP back. Jin does need extra damage, but the thing he needs even more than damage is he needs a more sustainable MP pool. He will eat through even 1,000 MP very quickly if you're not careful with him. I feel like they're pretty reluctant to change Jin because they want him to be like a very high skill capped character. But the fact of like just needing a ton of MP to play him properly isn't something that's really tied to a skill cap. I can kind of like understand why they don't want to buff his damage a whole lot, but I wish they would do something else for him. It depends. You can play offline for PC or console versions. Mobile doesn't have an offline mode. I feel like Hazama runs into the same problem as Jin, too, where I don't think they will ever give Hazama, like, any crazy damage buffs or anything, because they want him to be a harder character than others, both through just mechanically harder, even though, like, Hazama, really, if you don't want to play Hazama mechanically difficultly, you can just Unga Bunga with up plus skill. Let's do one reroll here. I swear we're not gonna find the tactic one again, ever, now that we're actually trying to find it. Having 5 seconds of... Wait. After a perfect dodge, the next instance of damage you take within 5 seconds is reduced. Okay, so it's only one hit that you basically dodge after a perfect dodge. It's still worth it, though. That was weird. I, like, completely animation canceled one of my moves somehow. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Oh, yep, I'm completely out of NP. I'm not hitting perfect clears as much this run as I was last run. That's gonna come back to bite me. I just don't have the damage that I had on Naoto. Though that's not really a good excuse. I'm just not playing that well. I'm already at 2k, which isn't bad. I'm also not seeing... Like, I haven't seen an extra shop at all in this area. So even if you're RNG manipulating some stuff like black markets and covenants, you can still get screwed over by RNG of just not finding shops. Because that is not something you can manipulate at all. That's all seeded. Me and the speedrunner community would kill for seeded runs in this game, but I would be very surprised if that ever happened. Being able to do set seeded runs would be so nice. Do I have... Yes, I do have Stable Mark, so I can pick up Mark Boost. And then I need Mark Resonance for red tactics. Actually, I'm not sure. Let's see, do I need Flash maxed out? Yes, I do. I need Flash. I always get confused if you need Flash maxed out or Holy Mark. Oh, I maybe should have taken that Flash. Oh well. I also kinda... I'm so, like, into trying to get the timings down again, that I completely haven't been using my legacy skills at all in the normal rooms. Which Naoto's legacy skill was supposed to be for the purpose of giving me more AoE in normal rooms. That wasn't too bad of a boss fight, though. Kinda hard to remember to use your legacy skills when they really aren't that good most of the time. Ooh, this will be very helpful. For every 60 combo, you get 75 NP back. Ooh, that hurt. I didn't think the slash would go that long, but I should have known that with how many hours I've played in this game. I'm also getting, like, stream fatigue of just... After you stream for a couple hours, you're not as sharp as you are normally, just from having to do all the multitasking of playing and keeping track of chat at the same time. This will definitely be my last run for today. Only bad thing about the new runs being so much longer than old runs is I don't get to show off nearly as many characters per stream as I would be able to on old ones. I guess watching the cutscenes for the story mode has eaten up some more time on the stream today. I think I had like 2 runs that failed pretty early, and then the one run that won. And now the run I'm on now. And I've been streaming for... how long? 3.5 hours. So yeah, we haven't gotten a whole lot done this stream. But the one run we did get done with Naoto was a pretty hype run, I think. So I'm happy with it. I think a lot of it is just that the cutscenes ate extra time and save load manipulating took a little bit of time as well. Tracking chat isn't too bad with the speed of chatters I have here. Earlier when there was like 3 or 4 people talking simultaneously, I was definitely getting behind. But otherwise, I can usually keep up with it pretty well. I don't know how people that have like 1,000 viewers keep up with chat at all. I guess at that point, it's more of you have to be like selective about what messages you read. Because you can't keep up with that many messages. We're not having very good luck with shop discounts this run either. The shop discount from Covenant, where everything is 1, or everything is 99% discounted, close enough to 1. I think we save refreshes for the final area. Oh wait, we still have another shop here. We're not even done with this area. Whoa, my game actually lagged for a little bit there. It wasn't bad lag or anything, but I noticed a visible frame drop. I think it's when I hit a Hyotendaka and have the holy marks on them, it procs holy marks a bunch of times at once. Oh, there goes my mana again. I think we're finally starting to see the damage curve kind of catch up to Jin. I wonder if I can do this with uncharged heavy attack to just get a bunch of MP back. I don't know if there's a cooldown on it at all. I want to keep rerolling for... I want the funny cooldown reduction on summon tactics, but I don't think I'm gonna get it. And having double MP recovery for 15 seconds is way too good to pass up on. That was way too much MP cost. It looked fancy, but it hurt my MP bar. Sometimes you just gotta go for it. I saw the opportunity and I took it. I honestly have no idea. It's hard to say anything about his damage buff when the HP of enemies is different than it was before the patch. It's really not worth it cost-wise to get a red tactic on a gold tactic space. But I do want this before the boss fight. Oh wait, I fucked up. I'm really supposed to get flash enhancement with this build, because Holy Marks will make flash activate all the time. So I'm gonna lose out on a lot of DPS from not having that. It's still worth having though, because it does inflict a debuff that makes enemies miss. But yeah, it's hard to really compare damage for Jin, because the enemies are tankier if you have mutations on extreme difficulty compared to transcendence difficulty. So far, I really haven't had a problem with any boss. But also... Oh wait, I was supposed to sell that. Oops. Oh well. But also, I'm going to be dealing more damage on Jin than before the patch, probably, because it's much easier to get potentials than last patch. So kind of every character is buffed in a way, even though the enemies are buffed as well. So it's hard to say. I'm out of MP already. The extra MP regen is actually really coming in clutch here, though. Like, that Oread kill for this difficulty is very, very fast. But it's hard to say how much is that from the actual base damage buffs to him, and how much is it for me being almost full potentials already. I think I could look, because I think old Evotypes don't get the base damage increase, and new Evotypes do, so I could probably look at how much his base damage increased. Let me go ahead and do that now, before I forget. When they buffed Hazama's base damage, they buffed it by, like, a really low amount. I'm curious how much they buffed Jin's. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Yeah, I don't know why it never was retroactive when they did it for Hazama. Shit. Oh wait, I have Mind Trials, so I can check from there. I think you access, Extra Training Version Alpha. Is that really what they're calling this now? That's almost a worse name than... Yep, that's what they're calling it. Extra Training Version Alpha. That's harder to remember than Mind Trial. Oops, I hit the wrong button. So this character has 123 base damage, and then the new character has 135. Holy shit, guys. Huge base damage buffs. Jin songs are fucking through the roof. That is so little. It's hard to say, like, how much base damage even matters in this game, because we barely know how damage calculations work. There isn't really a good way to test how much the base damage actually does, unless we just had the numbers for Jin before and after the patch. Because all the Jins I have on here... fuck. I technically could test it if I go and make another Jin that has full potentials and no tactics. That is a pain, though. That's really the only way I could test it. I guess they took it personally when we said Mind Trial and Mind Training was too similar of names, and it gets confusing. So they decided to go version alpha and beta just to prove they could make it worse. I do feel like I'm doing really good damage. Like, Jin does not normally one-shot through normal stages this easily. And especially the boss kills. Every boss kill has been pretty quick. Oh, god damn it. Why have I've been getting Floating Mind so much this patch. And I hate Floating Mind's damage on extreme difficulty. Floating Mind can really nuke you quickly, even if you're just in the laser for, like, half a second. It really hurts the run if I don't do Floating Mind, though. Because I'm missing out on both 2 potentials and, like, 6 refreshes. Can't remember if you get 2 per boss or 3, but I miss out on 2 potentials and a lot of refreshes, and the refreshes are very important. Oh, wait. Let me check something. There might be something that is really affecting my damage here, too. Well, Veteran's Instinct is only at 116%, so it's not like I have huge damage scaling off of it, but it is a significant amount. There's so many random things this patch. Like, all the Vanguard buffs, a lot of them make your character stronger. It's hard to get a read on characters' base strengths. Like, I had a run with Noelle, where I one-shot almost every boss in the game, except for the final two, because I just had really powerful Black Market and Vanguard effects. So I think overall, even without luck, characters will end up stronger than in runs before this patch, when you're playing on high difficulty at least. But then also you have a lot more opportunities to have like your high roll runs this patch, because there's a lot of chances for Vanguard spaces, and then on top of that you still have like Black Markets, which are really strong. Unfortunately, Covenants are still Covenants, and they'll probably be bad like 80% of the time. No, I do not know that, but we could check. Wasn't it at 118% before I did this space? Maybe these don't count for some reason? It's at 118% right now, so remember that number. If it doesn't count these spaces, that's lame. Because other things count these spaces, like perfect clearing for HP, and perfect clearing for money. It went from 118 to 122. So it's 4%? That's such a weird number. Why not why not like round it out to 5%? So yeah, Veteran's Instinct is honestly kind of trash, unless you get it at stage 1 or stage 2. I think I got this one towards the end of stage 2, so it's not as stacked as it could be. But it's not really that good over something that's going to give you, like, an immediate damage bonus, or give you a lot of MP or something. Alright, well, I can do one exchange before I go into the floating mine. Oh boy, guys, we got our Tentacle Devouring, so it can do like 5% of the enemy's HP in the whole battle. The problem is, too, that the tentacle will just miss most of the time, because enemies will move around. Ooh, we're getting good discounts. We're almost at max potentials, too. Which Gen is a bit harder to do with. I think Gen has quite a lot of them. Yeah, that's a good question. How did it end up at 122? Maybe it has a base number that's weird. Or maybe there's some weird shit like advanced battle spaces give more for some reason. You never know with 91 Act. Things could mechanically work in any way you would never think of. Alright, well I hope we can nuke Floating Mine. I do not want the run to end to fucking Floating Mine. Would not be the first time, though. Oh, I got too greedy. Okay, that wasn't bad. Our damage is honestly, like, really high this run. It is pretty weird to see Jin doing this amount of damage. Maybe the base damage buffs helped a little bit. Maybe it's my 100% damage increase and amount of potentials. Who knows? Oh man, I fucked up. I know there's a stylish way to catch off of the fully charged Xiaotendonka with the counter move. I don't quite remember how to do it. Oh, are you kidding me? It's so close. Unfortunately, Jin doesn't have a way to just easily get up to her, like Naoto does. I think it is technically possible, but I'm not sure how to do it with him. I think it's been done with every character in the game. Oh, I remember how they did it for Jin. You need the I don't remember where you get the buff from, but there's a buff that makes it when you use skills, there's a chance to fully refund your MP. You need that, and then you spam bow in midair to get hype. I think that's the only way you make it up to Reki on Jin, is by having that buff and getting enough luck with fully restoring H or MP. Oh yeah, you're right. The tentacle is what's carrying. You know what? Let's get a Tactic Ascension just to buff the tentacles. I don't have nearly as much HP as I had on my last run. I wonder why. I guess it's just, I haven't been getting too lucky with discounts this run, and I also got discounts at second stage instead of first stage, I think. I could be buying more HP here, but it's just not really worth it. I'd rather save extra money for the final shop. Watch this tentacle one-shot Reki. Maybe we'll pull out the Reki phase skip again. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. They patched that shit, like, immediately. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I entirely skipped Reki's phase 2 when she first came out. I killed her in the phase transition, and then they patched it immediately. Ooh. I messed up my counter timing. Or not my counter timing, but my timing to do consecutive counters. That's not something I've messed up in a long time. Oh, got her. Pretty quickly, too. I wish you could check the timer of how fast you've killed bosses without having to end the run. Hopefully I remember to check at the end, because I'm interested in how fast I've cleared these. There's something really weird going on. I don't know if the boss is supposed to, like, change the gravity when it does one of its attacks. I had a couple times where I jumped, and I did an air attack, but I was still on the ground. I didn't get any air height. No, Reki's always had that invincibility. Reki just, you can't kill her unless she's... Or you can't kill her when she's in certain moves. Izanami does the same thing. Izanami's even worse, actually. Reki, Reki you can actually still, like, one-shot before she goes into certain moves. Izanami just seems to stop taking damage at certain HP thresholds. I'll have to test it, but I feel like you probably can't one-shot Izanami, even if you deal more damage than her health bar. But I haven't really had time to test out too much. Because, like, the thing is with Reki, if she's at that point where you can't kill her, you can still drop her to 1 HP. But the difference with Izanami is that at certain time frames, she just doesn't take damage if she's too low. So I don't know how it will work with overkill damage, though, if you just manage to, like, one-shot her. In order to check that, I would have to get a light wave run going with some really high damage buffs. Surprisingly, they didn't patch light wave at all. And light wave spread is, honestly, I won't even say it's bugged anymore at this point. It just doesn't work like the description sounds. Light wave spread can actually, like, duplicate your light waves if you're hitting multiple targets with it. Instead of just making the first light wave bounce to the enemy behind it, it duplicates the light wave for some reason. This game works in mysterious ways sometimes. I don't know if it's intended or if it's not, but at this point they haven't fixed it, and they've patched a lot of other one-shots, so it's hard to say. It might just be intended and badly worded. It's actually really funny, by the way. So, the one time that a staff member in the team has acknowledged me by posting one of my videos on Twitter, I think it was. It was the video where I showed off bullet one-shotting bosses, and in that video I literally say, light wave spread works strangely to the point of where I don't know if it's worded wrong or if it's coded wrong in the game. And the staff posted that on their Twitter. I can't remember if it was the actual Blazblue official page, or if it was the Sky's Eyes staff page. But I remember the staff posted that video of mine. Yeah. Like they said in chat, it's hard to check how much damage you have, because for some reason Potential Unleashed doesn't count into your final damage. At least not the damage number that it shows on screen. And you also don't have... It's weird too, because mobile has an icon down here for Potential Unleashed, but PC doesn't. I feel like I should probably pick up a lot of MP. MP might honestly be better here than Potentials. It's sad to give up damage, but Jin really lives or dies on having MP. X update is really good overall. The new difficulty mode actually gives you a lot more benefits, rather than, like, Transcendence was just harder, but you didn't get anything new out of it. The new difficulty fixes that a lot. It's a little bit harder than Transcendence at max difficulty, but with all the new buffs you get, it kind of makes up for that. And then the update made it a lot easier to get potentials. So even on runs where you're not doing... I'm doing a lot of like broken stuff and RNG manipulation to get more than max potentials. But even when you're not doing broken runs, you get way more potentials now than you did in last patch. Let's get the butterflies out of here. That's probably a good idea, honestly. And then the 2 new bosses that they added for the new difficulty mode are really satisfying to play with. I think Reki was honestly kind of badly designed in my opinion. Reki second phase is just too hard to read. You can't really tell what's going on during it. And these bosses do a lot better job of that. They're difficult without just being sensory overload. And then the new story is good so far. That's also something. There's a completely new story that they've added. I like it so far. It's not something like I would pay for the story if the game itself wasn't this good, but it's a way more passable story and a lot more interesting than the old one. Alright, let's get a better battle theme for the final boss again. But yeah, I'd really recommend trying out the update whenever you get a chance to. It's worth coming back to the game for, definitely. Oh, that bitch ate me! That's the first time I've seen that. Oh, fuck. That did not work at all. I tried iframing through it, but it lasts so long that you can't iframe. Oh shit! My counter ran out. This boss is definitely much harder on a character that can't stay in the air infinitely. Every time I fight this boss on Naoto, he's super easy, because you can just air stall infinitely and miss most of his attacks. Whereas with Jin, I'm actually having to dodge things properly. I'm getting walled out by these projectiles pretty heavily, too. Shit, I messed up. Okay, I still got it in time. During this phase, you have to attack the little blue thing on the ground there. It's hard to see sometimes, but if you don't attack it, you don't get the shield. Ooh. Alright, there's phase 1 down. I had to heal quite a bit there, but we got through it. Jin canonically gets his shit rocked by that boss. Alright, I am going to quickly make a duplicate of my save. Because I think tomorrow what I might do is grind out a good boss fight to upload as Jin versus this boss. Okay, I don't know how it's gonna go this time though. I don't have the mental energy left to do this, but let's give it a shot. I don't know how you're supposed to deal with time stop. It's so, like, I don't know. Goodbye. Not a very clean run, but it is a win. Yeah, legitimately there was a tentacle juggle there, where tentacle actually juggled into my counter. It was pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, I haven't figured out that's something we can test here too a little bit before I go to bed. I don't understand how you deal with their time stop. I think you just have to iframe it at a very specific time. But I feel like I should have been blocking when she used it the first time. Maybe blocking doesn't work for some reason? It's hard to say. Everything is a JoJo reference if you think about it hard enough. Let's try another fight. I'll see if I can maybe block it. The timing is so weird for time stop because there's so much like dead time. I think that's honestly some of the worst boss attacks to deal with, is when the boss just doesn't do anything for a couple seconds. I've tried not attacking. I can try it again, just for the sake of testing purposes. It's also interesting, like, sometimes I will see your time stop multiple times per fight, and other times I won't. I think it probably has to do with, like, he does certain moves at certain HP thresholds of her shield being dropped down, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, that grab always catches me off guard, too. And then I haven't quite figured out... This phase, sometimes it feels like this, where I can just dodge it easily by doing movement, and then other times it feels like the meteor patterns just completely fill the screen. You can iframe through them, and you can damage them, but I haven't quite figured out if you can kill them or not. Oh, I didn't even see that attack coming out. Oh, I attacked her. Okay, that time I blocked it, so I just fucked up the first time. I blocked it and then got hit by the grab afterwards. Nice, good job, me. That boss, that phase, I think you just have to be pretty careful with your timing. So I don't understand why that time stop hit me, though. Oh, time stop is probably undodgeable, right? The time stop has the purple exclamation mark. But I don't know why she's... Sometimes she picks Astral Phase, and sometimes she picks Time Stop a second time. I don't know if it's random or if it's something like HP based. We'll go at it again. See if I can... I want to try not attacking her during time stop again, because I'm pretty sure that's the first thing I tried. It's kind of funny, though. yesterday or not yesterday, but last time I streamed, we didn't beat her at all, and now we're beating her fairly easily. I guess the practice session I put in to get the Naoto video out helped quite a bit. It says we killed bosses in like 30 seconds to a minute. I thought we killed them faster than that, but maybe not. Under a minute for a boss fight is really quick, though. Alright, we'll run it back one more time, and then I probably should sleep. Oh, it is way later than I thought it was. Entropy Effect X has been ruining my sleeping schedule even before the stream today. I have been so good about being on a schedule of going to sleep at 9 o'clock, and then ever since X came out, it's been like 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock since I went to bed. I'm waiting for Izayoi or Platinum playable. Izayoi, I think, is like my more serious choice of I think she would be fun to play and her mechanics would be fun. And Platinum, I just think would be very goofy to play. It'd be a nice break from like Hazama and Rachel, who are kind of complicated. But they kind of did that too with, Bullet is really not complicated. Naoto's kind of in the middle. He's not as complicated as he seems at first, but he is a little bit more on the mechanically complex side. I don't think he's nearly as difficult as Jin, just because Naoto gets so many free iframes compared to Jin. But, I think he's more difficult than, like, Bullet or someone like Ragna. So he's kind of middle ground in terms of execution. So I wouldn't mind having just a really silly character like Platinum just bonk people. So I think Lychee's a pretty popular choice for next character, both in like what players want and what they could do mechanically with the character. Because they've said that's something that a big part of what character they look into next is they alternate between male and female, and then they try to consider who has different mechanics than the current cast. Okay, she should... Oh, maybe not yet. I thought she was at HP where... It's somewhere around, like, 300k, where she goes into Ribcage again. There we go. Now, I haven't hit her at all, and she still time stops. Unless the tactics hitting her activates it, which they should know better, because that was a problem with Susano's counter a long time ago. Oh, fuck. I messed up. We might be dead here. No, we don't know for sure Izayoi is coming. I just said that she's who I want as a new character. I think my bets are on Lychee next, but that is just my complete guess. by Naoto's SP skill, do you mean doing the, like, finishers for it? Or do you just mean the SP skill in general? So the easiest way to do it is just when you enter or exit full drive, just immediately do either down plus skill or neutral skill. There's another way to do it, but I haven't really figured it out. Easiest way is just doing it as soon as you enter or exit full drive. It should work. I mean, they should know better than to have tactics trigger it, because Susano counter used to get triggered by tactics, and it was a pain in the ass. Though there's other stuff that they haven't learned from in the past. Like making... like turning off things that drain your MP or SP during boss rush, when you kill a boss. If you weren't here earlier, I said that Naoto gets completely fucked over in boss rush mode, because you need to be in SP mode to deal decent damage, and his SP mode does not turn off between boss fights and constantly drains. Can I just delete this HP bar? We got a half. Wait, I might be able to stun her before... Aw. It's really close to stunning her before she goes up there. But yes, I would recommend not using his SP finishers unless you just want to do style points, or if you just want a lot of invincibility. You lose out on so much damage compared to just using full drive with your attacks. Full drive is where most of your damage comes from as Naoto, so wasting all the SP on a finisher that does way less damage isn't worth it. I guess for Izanami time stop, you really do... Oh shit! I thought she was doing time stop again. My bad! I don't really care at this point anyways, I'm mostly just trying to test out the time stop mechanics. As far as I can tell, unless tactics are triggering it, there's no mechanic for not hitting her. You just have to iframe at the moment where it releases. But there's not really much of an indicator when that happens. Alright, we'll put Holy Mark and Stable Mark on this and call it a night. I actually didn't check. How much Evotype rating was that gym? Someone got 5k rating, but I don't know how much... It's really hard to say for ratings when people just show a screenshot of the rating, because you can do a lot of save load manipulation to really max out your Evotype. Whereas with what I'm testing right now, I am save abusing to do it, but it's within the realm of something you could do on a lucky run. Whereas when people start save loading like every single shop to get the best rewards every single time, that gets into the territory of where you would probably never see anyone actually do. I got 3,700 on that one, which is quite a bit lower than my other attempts, 4,200, 4,300, and 3,900. I think probably just because I probably missed a lot more perfect clears on Jin than I did on the other runs. And then I think getting Covenant first stage is more important than getting Black Market early, probably. Yes, you can use Cheat Engine at the Infinite Shop at the end. It is very, very easy to find your exchange points value and just set it to 999 and lock it. I did check that, and so actually, it's funny enough, there was an Infinite Shop in a very old version of the game. You had basically like a Metroidvania section that had an Infinite Shop at the beginning of it. They removed it, and then a lot of people did not like that they removed it for the new Alpha Sector shops. So now they brought it back for some reason. I guess they finally did learn from that mistake. It just took them a long time to bring it back. But with the old Alpha Sector Infinite Shop, you could actually make the potentials sold out if you bought like 15 of them. But in the new shop, I bought 40 of them, and it still didn't sell out, so it probably won't sell out. Alright, anyways, it was a good stream. I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow or maybe try to get a video or two out. I want to get a Naoto explanation video out either tomorrow or Monday, but I'm not sure which one I'll do. But anyways, it was good chatting with you guys, and I'll see you guys next time I'm on.